Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by J. Walker McSpadden, Robin Hood. Chapter 1: The Boy Who Loved the Forest. Long ago, in the green and golden heart of England, where the fields rolled like soft waves and the forest whispered ancient secrets, there lived a boy named Robin. He was not a prince, or a knight, or the son of a great lord, just a boy with laughing eyes, quick feet, and a heart full of kindness. Robin lived in a small village near the edge of Sherwood Forest. His cottage was tucked between the trees and the hills, and it smelled of bread and wild flowers. His mother told him stories at night, tales of brave men and wise kings, of good triumphing over evil, and of how the forest always knew the truth. From the time he could walk, Robin would wander into Sherwood, sometimes with his dog, sometimes with just a stick and his imagination. The forest was his playground, his classroom, and his dearest friend. The tall oaks and whispering willows welcomed him with open arms. The birds sang songs just for him, and the squirrels seemed to play hide and seek. He knew where the foxes made their dens, where the deer went to drink, and where the sunbeams danced in secret clearings. He would lie on his back in the grass and watch the clouds move across the sky, dreaming of adventures far beyond his village. But Robin's world was not all peace and song. The land was ruled by a greedy prince, while the good King Richard was away at war. The prince's men, the sheriff of Nottingham most of all, cared only for gold. They taxed the people heavily, took land from the poor, and punished kindness as if it were a crime. Robin saw this unfairness with wide, angry eyes. He watched as the sheriff's men bullied farmers and demanded coins from widows. He heard the hungry cry of children and the silence of proud men too broken to speak. One day, everything changed. The sheriff accused Robin's family of not paying enough tax, but they had given all they had. It wasn't enough. Men came to their home with swords and angry voices. Robin tried to stand in their way, but he was still just a boy. They took what little they had, and though his mother wept, she told Robin to run. "Go into the forest," she whispered, pressing a loaf of bread into his hands. "Go, and don't look back." So Robin ran, not because he was afraid, but because deep down, he knew that one day he would return, not as a helpless boy, but as someone who could make things right. He disappeared into Sherwood like a leaf in the wind. The trees closed around him, hiding him from the world. There, in the hush of the forest, the boy who once played at being a hero began to dream of a better world, not just for himself, but for everyone, and the forest listened. Chapter 2: The Greenwood Home. The forest had always been Robin's friend, but now it became his home. At first, the days were quiet and strange. Robin had only a crust of bread and the clothes on his back. He built a small shelter from fallen branches and leaves, nestled beneath the great boughs of an old oak tree. Birds chirped above him, and the wind hummed gently through the leaves. The forest didn't ask him for gold. It didn't shout or threaten. It simply accepted him. Robin learned to live like the wild creatures he admired. He drank from cool, clear streams and gathered berries and nuts. He listened to the calls of the birds and watched how the deer moved silently through the trees. He remembered how his father had once taught him to make a bow from yew wood. Slowly, patiently, Robin carved one of his own and practiced each day until he could hit a leaf fluttering on the breeze. At night, he made a little fire and warmed his hands. He spoke aloud, telling the stars above his dreams that one day he would help the poor stand up to the sheriff and bring fairness back to the land. The stars twinkled in agreement. One morning, as the mist curled through the trees like soft smoke, Robin heard a cry, not the cry of an animal, but of a person. He ran toward the sound and found a man lying on the ground. His clothes were torn, and he held his side where he had been struck. Robin helped him up and brought him water. The man's name was Much. He had once been a miller's son, but the sheriff had taken his family's mill and left them with nothing. "You helped me," Much said softly. "No one ever helps the poor anymore." Robin smiled. "Then we must help each other." That was how it began. One by one, others came. Some wandered into Sherwood, seeking safety. Others were sent by villagers who whispered of a kind boy in the woods. There was a tinker who could mend anything, a cook who made stew from mushrooms and herbs, and even a gentle giant of a man named John, who came later with a staff as thick as a log. They made homes in the greenwood, hidden beneath vines and nestled beside streams. They built tree houses and rope bridges, shared meals around the fire, and kept watch for travelers in need. Robin taught them to move quietly through the woods, to use bows and staves, and to listen for the signs of danger. But more than anything, he reminded them to stay kind, even in a world that had forgotten kindness. Together, they became a band of merry men. They did not steal for greed. They shared what they had, took only what was needed from the rich who took too much, and gave it back to the poor. When people in the villages found food on their doorstep, or coins under a stone, they smiled and whispered, "Robin Hood was here." The sheriff grew angrier each day, hearing stories of outlaws in Sherwood who outwitted his guards and made fools of his men, but he could never catch them. The forest kept Robin and his friends safe. It hid their laughter and their plans beneath the rustling leaves. So the boy who once ran alone became a leader, a friend, and a quiet hero. Under the wide sky and among the whispering trees, the greenwood became more than just a home. It became a haven for hope, and the forest listened still. Chapter 3: Little John joins the band. Not far from where the birds sang and the foxes played, Robin Hood wandered along a mossy path one golden morning, thinking of nothing more than a walk beneath the sun-dappled trees. The leaves above him danced in the breeze, and the forest felt quiet and kind. As he walked deeper into the woods, Robin came upon a narrow wooden bridge that stretched across a bubbling brook. It wasn't wide enough for two people to pass at once, and just as Robin stepped onto it, a large figure appeared on the other side. The man was tall, taller than anyone Robin had ever seen. His shoulders were broad, and he carried a thick oaken staff, as long as a spear and twice as heavy. His clothes were worn from travel, and his eyes, though sharp, were calm and honest. Robin stepped forward, smiling politely. "Good day, friend. Shall we not share the bridge?" The big man raised one eyebrow and planted his staff firmly on the wood. "Good day to you, but I believe I set foot on it first. It would be fair for you to step aside." Robin laughed, not unkindly, and tapped his own staff, which he always carried for walking and the occasional friendly sparring. "I'd say it's fairer if we let our staffs decide." The man nodded with a grin. "A fair fight then. No swords, no arrows, just wood and wit." So on that narrow bridge above the chuckling water, Robin Hood and the stranger dueled with great clacks and thwacks of their staffs. Birds flew up in surprise, and a squirrel stopped to watch, munching on a nut. Robin was quick and clever, dancing like a leaf on the wind, but the big man was strong and steady, like a tree that would not bend. The fight was long, but friendly. No anger, no cruelty, just two men testing each other with smiles on their faces. At last, with a well-placed swing, the stranger knocked Robin clean off the bridge and into the cool, splashing water below. Robin came up laughing, his hair dripping and his pride a little damp. "Well struck," Robin called, wading to shore. "You've bested me fair and square, but I must know your name, for I would gladly shake the hand that sent me swimming." The stranger helped him out of the water with a strong grip. "My name's John Little," he said with a grin. Robin laughed even harder. "Then from this day forward, you shall be called Little John, for never was there a man less little." Little John chuckled, liking the name more than he expected. Robin clapped him on the back and said, "Come with me, friend. There's room in Sherwood for a strong arm and a good heart." And so Little John followed Robin through the winding forest paths, where sunlight flickered through the branches and the air smelled of pine and sweet earth. When they arrived at the Greenwood camp, the other outlaws gathered curiously. Robin introduced him proudly. "This is Little John, and he has shown me the river up close." The merry men laughed and welcomed him like a brother. From that day on, Little John became Robin's right hand. He helped build shelters, trained others in the art of the staff, and kept watch over their hidden camp. He was brave, loyal, and despite his size, gentle with those in need. Together, Robin and Little John led their growing band with fairness and joy. They shared food, told stories by the fire, and protected each other like family. and whenever Robin told the tale of how they met, he would chuckle and say, "Never challenge a big man to a small bridge." The forest, as always, listened and smiled. Chapter 4: Friar Tuck's Big Splash. The days in Sherwood passed like a pleasant song, full of sunshine, the rustle of leaves, and laughter shared around the fire. Robin Hood and his merry band were growing in number, and the forest felt alive with new friendships and secret hopes. But one summer afternoon, as the sky shimmered with warmth and the dragonflies danced above the streams, Robin found himself wandering alone along a path he hadn't taken before. His bow was slung across his back, but his hands were relaxed. He wasn't hunting that day, just listening to the hush of the forest and thinking quiet thoughts. Soon he reached a river broad and peaceful, its waters glistening in the sun. A narrow crossing lay ahead, where stepping stones peeked just above the water like shy turtles. As Robin approached, he heard a curious sound, a deep, cheerful humming, broken now and then by a bit of laughter or a snatch of song. Curious, he crept forward and saw a man waddling across the stones, carefully balancing a bundle and a staff. He was a round fellow in a robe tied with a rope, and though he looked like a monk, there was something merry in the way he moved. His cheeks were red from the sun, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Robin called out, "Good day, father. Might I ask your name?" The man paused and turned, lifting his staff, as if it were both weapon and walking stick. "Good day to you, sir. I am Friar Tuck, keeper of the faith, master of stewpots, and occasional singer of songs. And you?" "I'm Robin Hood," Robin replied with a small smile, "and I've come to ask for your help." "Help?" said the friar, stroking his chin. "Well, that depends. Are you in need of a sermon, or perhaps a gooseberry pie?" Robin chuckled. "Neither at the moment, but I do need help crossing this river. Will you carry me?" Friar Tuck squinted at him. "Carry you across the water?" "Yes," Robin said playfully. "You look strong enough." "Well," said Tuck, puffing out his chest, "I suppose I am rather sturdy," and before another word could be said, he scooped Robin into his arms like a sack of flour and began to march back across the stepping stones. But halfway over, with the water lapping at his knees, Robin wiggled, just a little, and then splash! Both men toppled into the river with a great shout and a splash so big it startled the ducks and sent ripples to the far shore. They surfaced together, sputtering and laughing, their robes and tunics dripping. Robin shook the water from his hair and said, "Well, that was one way to cool off." Friar Tuck roared with laughter. "I haven't had that much fun since I fell asleep in my own soup." The two climbed out of the water and sat on the bank, soaked and chuckling. Robin leaned back on his elbows. "You're a good sport, Friar. Would you care to join me and my friends in the greenwood? We could use a stout fellow with a good heart and a sense of humor." Friar Tuck's eyes twinkled. "Do you have stewpots?" "We have a few." "Do you have music?" "Every night." Tuck nodded solemnly. "Then I shall come." And so the soaked and smiling friar followed Robin through the woods. When they reached the camp, the other merry men stared at the dripping pair, but soon broke into laughter as Tuck bowed grandly and asked if anyone had a towel. From that day on, Friar Tuck became the soul of Sherwood. He cooked hearty meals, blessed their gatherings, and made even the gloomiest days feel warm. His laughter echoed through the forest, and when he sang old songs by the fire, even the trees seemed to hum along. And though he was round and jolly, he could hold his own in a fight, swinging his staff like a whirlwind if someone dared harm the innocent. In Sherwood Forest, where outlaws stood for justice and kindness ruled, Friar Tuck found his true home, and the forest listened with delight. Chapter 5: The Clever Maid Marian. Far beyond the edges of Sherwood Forest, in a tall stone manor with high windows and velvet curtains, lived a young lady named Marian. She was known across the land for her grace and beauty, but what most didn't see was her sharp mind and braver heart. Marian had once known Robin as a boy. They had chased butterflies together and whispered secrets in the tall grass, back when the world was simpler. But time had passed. Robin had fled to the forest, and Marian had been kept behind stone walls, dressed in silks and told to smile. But Marian didn't forget. She heard stories, whispered by servants and sung by bards, stories of an outlaw in green who gave to the poor, who outwitted the sheriff of Nottingham, who laughed in the face of greed. She heard how he helped old men carry their loads, and how children looked for him in the shadows, hoping for bread or coins wrapped in cloth. And she knew, deep in her heart, that it was Robin. She smiled when the sheriff mentioned him with a scowl. She danced at feasts while thinking of moonlight through the trees. And when she was alone, she practiced swordplay with a stick behind the manor, her skirts tied at her knees, dreaming of freedom. One misty morning, when the sky was the color of pale silver and the wind carried the scent of dew and moss, Marian made a decision. She dressed in a suit of armor borrowed from the hall, slightly too big, but it would do. She pulled her hair into a braid and tucked it beneath a hood. Around her waist she tied a sword, and on her feet she wore soft leather boots for quiet steps. Then, under the watch of no one but the sparrows, she slipped out into the wide world, her heart full of both fear and hope. The journey to Sherwood was long and winding. Marian passed villages where the poor struggled and saw what Robin had seen. Her heart ached, and her courage grew. She gave what coins she had to a hungry child, and shared her bread with a weary woman by the roadside. At last, after walking from morning to dusk, she reached the edge of the forest. The trees seemed to lean toward her, as if welcoming her home. "Robin Hood," she called softly. "If you're here, I've come to find you." No answer came, only birdsong and breeze. But Robin was already watching. From a high branch, he had seen the figure in armor and wondered who dared step boldly into Sherwood alone. He swung down with quiet feet and approached carefully. "Stranger," he called, "you walk bravely through these woods. Who are you?" Marian turned, and as she pulled back her hood, Robin gasped. "Marian?" She smiled, and it was as if the sun shone through the leaves just for her. "It's me, Robin. I've come to stay." Robin's heart swelled with joy. He ran to her and took her hands in his. "You've always been brave, but this is something even I couldn't have dreamed." Marian laughed softly. "I've had enough of pretending. If you're fighting for what's right, I want to fight too." So Robin led her into the heart of the greenwood, where his band of merry men welcomed her with wide eyes and warm smiles. Friar Tuck offered her stew. Little John bowed clumsily and said, "Anyone who can wear armor like that must be one of us." And from that day forward, Marian became more than just a guest. She became Robin's truest friend, his equal, and one of the cleverest minds in the forest. She helped plan raids to return food to starving families. She taught the younger outlaws how to ride and fence. She moved through the woods like a shadow and smiled like the morning sun. And in quiet moments, beneath the green canopy, Robin and Marian would sit side by side, saying nothing, just listening to the wind. Because sometimes, when you've found someone who truly understands your heart, there's no need for many words. And the forest, wise and watchful, wrapped its leaves around them gently, listening, as always, to love. Chapter 6. A Feast in the Forest. The leaves of Sherwood Forest rustled gently in the breeze, like hands clapping softly in delight. It was a golden evening, one of those rare days when the sky looked like a painting brushed with amber and pink, and the world seemed to pause, just for a little while. Robin Hood stood beneath an ancient tree, his arms folded and his eyes full of thought. Around him, his merry band bustled with quiet excitement. Today was no ordinary day. It was a day for joy, a day to give thanks, a day for a feast. For weeks, Robin and his friends had worked to bring food and hope to villages suffering under the sheriff's heavy hand. They had rescued a stolen harvest, returned coins taken unfairly, and watched the spark return to the eyes of children. Now, Robin wanted to celebrate not for themselves, but for the people. So he sent word through secret paths and forest whispers, inviting the poor, the weary, the kind, and the forgotten to a hidden glade deep within Sherwood. "Come," the message said, "and eat at our table beneath the trees." One by one they came. Old women with walking sticks, tired farmers with dirt on their boots, mothers holding sleepy babies, and wide-eyed children who had only heard of Robin Hood in bedtime stories of their own. As the sun dipped lower, lanterns were lit, hanging from branches like tiny stars. Blankets were spread, and wooden benches were placed around a long table built from logs and love. Friar Tuck stirred a great pot of stew, singing as he worked, Little John roasted venison over a slow fire, carefully turning the spit. Much the miller's son baked round loaves of bread, warm and soft, their crusts golden. Marian, dressed in a simple green tunic, picked wildflowers and tucked them into every corner, laughing as children followed her, weaving daisies into her braid. Then, as the moon began to rise, the feast began. There were dishes made from herbs and roots, meat hunted with care, and pies filled with sweet berries picked fresh that morning. Everyone had a place, and no one was left out. Even the deer stood nearby in the trees, unafraid, as if they too had come to share in the joy. Robin stood to speak, his voice strong, but gentle. "Tonight," he said, "we are not outlaws or nobles, not poor or rich, we are one. This forest is yours as much as it is mine. May we always break bread together, and may we never forget that kindness is the greatest treasure of all." They raised their cups, wooden or clay, old or new, and toasted with water, with milk, with whatever they had. Then came the music. Will Scarlet strummed a lute with nimble fingers. A boy tapped rhythm on a hollow log. Marian's clear voice rose in song, and others joined in, the tune echoing through the trees like a lullaby made of leaves. Children danced barefoot in the moss, giggling as fireflies blinked like fairy lights. Old men leaned back and smiled, their eyes closing in peace they hadn't felt for years. And in the middle of it all sat Robin, his heart full, not of pride, but of joy. This, he thought, is what justice feels like. Not battle or gold or glory, just people safe, fed and smiling beneath the stars. That night, Sherwood Forest felt like the heart of the world, wrapped in warmth, love and laughter. And when the last song faded and the guests lay down beneath the trees, with full bellies and full hearts, the forest listened as it always had, and gently, quietly sang them to sleep. Chapter 7. The Sheriff's Big Mistake. Not everyone was happy about the joy and laughter blooming in Sherwood Forest. In the grand grey halls of Nottingham Castle, the sheriff sat on a high-backed chair, fuming like a teapot about to boil over. His brow was furrowed, and his lips were twisted into a frown that no smile had visited for years. "Robin Hood again," he grumbled, thumping his fist on the table. "Stealing from the rich, giving to the poor, and making me look like a fool." Which, of course, was quite true. Every time the sheriff sent his guards into the forest to find Robin, they came back empty-handed, and sometimes missing their boots, their pride, or their coin purses. The sheriff was the one left red-faced while the people of Nottingham whispered and chuckled behind his back. "I'll catch that rascal if it's the last thing I do," he shouted, pacing like a storm cloud. That very afternoon he called together his advisors and hatched a sneaky plan. "We'll hold an archery contest," he said, smiling in a way that made the mice in the corners shiver. "We'll offer a prize too fine to resist, a golden arrow fit for a king." The golden arrow was crafted carefully, its tip gleaming and its shaft wrapped with silken threads. It was announced across the land, a contest open to all, to be held in Nottingham's central field. But the sheriff's smile was not for sport. He whispered to his guards, "Watch the finest archer. He may wear a disguise, but he'll come. Robin Hood cannot resist a challenge." Word of the contest reached the forest within a day. Will Scarlet heard it first, then ran to tell Robin, his eyes wide with excitement. "They say the best archer will win a golden arrow," he said. "They say the whole town will be there." Little John grumbled. "It's a trap, you know that, don't you?" Robin smiled, a gleam in his eye. "Of course it is, and we're going anyway." Marian raised one eyebrow. "You're not planning to go as yourself, I hope?" "Certainly not," Robin said with a grin. "I've a beard to borrow and a hump to make, and I know a farmer's cap that still fits me just right." So on the morning of the contest, Robin Hood dressed not as the outlaw of Sherwood, but as a stooped old peasant with a crooked back and a patched tunic. He walked with a limp and carried a bow so plain and simple that no one gave him a second glance. Marian in the crowd wore a blue cloak and smiled from beneath her hood. Little John stood beside her, muttering, "This better work." One by one, archers stepped up to shoot young men with polished bows, nobles with fine clothes, even soldiers from the sheriff's own guard. The targets were set far across the field, with golden circles gleaming in the sun. Then came the hunched peasant. Robin stepped forward slowly, leaning on his staff, pretending to wheeze. The crowd chuckled. The sheriff frowned, watching closely. Robin nocked an arrow, drew the bow, and let it fly. Whip! The arrow struck dead center, splitting the mark with a clean, perfect shot. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Another arrow. Another perfect hit. No one had ever seen such skill. The sheriff stood, his face pale. "Who is that man?" Robin turned with a grin, pulled off his disguise, and bowed. "Why, good sheriff, it's only me." The crowd erupted into cheers and laughter. Children clapped. Even a few guards smiled before remembering who paid their wages. Robin leapt down from the field, golden arrow in hand, and vanished into the crowd before the sheriff could order a single man to move. By the time the guards reached the edge of the field, Robin was already deep in the forest, his laughter echoing through the trees like a song carried on the wind. That night, in the heart of Sherwood, the golden arrow was placed above the fire, not as treasure, but as a reminder. Sometimes, Robin said, raising a cup, the best way to beat a trap is to walk straight into it with a better plan. They toasted, they laughed, and the stars above blinked with joy, and the forest, ever watchful, chuckled quietly in the leaves. Chapter 8. Will Scarlet's Story. Not long after the golden arrow hung proudly above the fire, another tale found its way into the green heart of Sherwood, one that began with footsteps fast and frantic crashing through the underbrush. It was early morning, and the forest was still sleepy, wrapped in mist. Birds chirped lazily, and the campfire's coals glowed softly from the night before. Robin, sharpening an arrowhead, looked up when he heard the distant sound of rustling. No animal made such noise. This was the sound of someone running, not through the forest, but from something. Robin stood, bow ready, and waited in silence. Then from between two trees burst a young man in a red cloak, his chest heaving, his face flushed with anger and fear. He had a fine sword at his side, though his clothes were torn and mud-stained. He looked over his shoulder, then forward, and froze when he saw Robin. "Peace," Robin said calmly, lowering his bow. "You're safe here. Who are you, friend?" The man raised his chin and drew his sword, though his hand shook slightly. "I'm not your friend," he said, "unless you stand against the sheriff." Robin smiled. "Then I think we'll get along just fine." The man stared at him a moment longer before sighing deeply and sliding the sword back into its sheath. "My name is Will of the Scarlet Cloak, though most just call me Will Scarlet." "Robin Hood," Robin said, stepping forward and offering his hand. Will hesitated, then clasped it firmly. "I've heard of you, and now you're here," Robin said. "Come rest and tell us your tale." They brought him to the camp, where Marion offered him a cup of warm tea, and Little John clapped him on the back hard enough to nearly knock him over. At last, when Will had caught his breath and wiped the dirt from his cheeks, he told his story. "I was born to a good family," he said. "Not rich, but not poor. My uncle served the king, and my father taught me to fight, but also to be fair. When the sheriff began raising taxes beyond what was right, my village couldn't keep up. We begged for mercy, but mercy has no place in that man's heart." His eyes darkened. "The sheriff sent his men to take what little we had left. I stood in their way. I couldn't let them take food from children's mouths." Little John nodded, his arms folded. "And you fought?" Will nodded. "I did. I held them off as long as I could, but there were too many. I fled into the woods, not knowing where I'd end up. And now, here I am." There was a silence after he finished, not of awkwardness, but of understanding. Every person in the camp had once stood at that same edge between the world they knew and the wild unknown, pushed into Sherwood by injustice. Robin leaned forward. "You stood up for your people, Will. That's the kind of man we need." Will looked around at the smiling faces, the quiet strength in their eyes, and something in him softened. He had run into the forest with anger in his chest, but here it melted into something gentler, purpose. He stayed. From that day forward, Will Scarlet wore his red cloak proudly as he stood among Robin's merry men. He was swift with his sword and quicker with a clever word, always ready with a quip or a tale to lift their spirits. He and Marion often practiced their swordplay together, and Little John joked that Will could talk the bark off a tree. But Robin saw something else, a fire not of rage but of justice, a will that could not be broken. At night, by the fire, Will would often speak softly of the people he'd left behind, and swear, again and again, to fight for them until they too were free. And the forest, always listening, welcomed Will Scarlet with open arms. Chapter 9. The Golden Arrow. The sun rose bright and clear over Nottingham, glinting off rooftops and catching the attention of every eye in the market square. A great notice had been nailed to the town board, its letters bold and dramatic. By order of the Sheriff of Nottingham, a grand archery contest shall be held in the castle field this Sunday. The finest shooter shall win a prize most rare, a golden arrow crafted by the king's own smith. All are welcome. People crowded around to read it, whispering and glancing at one another with wide eyes. "Do you think he'll come?" someone whispered. "They say Robin Hood never misses a shot," said another. The Sheriff of Nottingham stood at his tower window, watching the crowd with narrowed eyes and a satisfied smirk. He didn't care about archery or golden arrows. This contest was a trap and bait, as shiny as the prize itself. "Robin Hood will come," he muttered to himself. "His pride will not allow him to stay away, and when he does, this time, I shall catch him." Back in Sherwood Forest, where the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves in lazy beams, Robin sat beside the campfire, slowly turning the page of a letter delivered by a secret friend in town. "It's a trap," said Little John at once, frowning deeply. "Of course it's a trap," said Will Scarlet, snatching a berry from a bowl. "But it's a beautiful one." Robin smiled thoughtfully. A golden arrow, a contest open to all, and all of Nottingham gathered in one place. Marian crossed her arms, one eyebrow raised. "Tell me you're not going." Robin's smile grew wider. "I'm not going." Everyone stared at him. "I'm sending someone else," Robin said at last, "who looks nothing like me. Someone with grey hair, a crooked back, and a rather curious limp." Laughter erupted around the fire as they realized the game was afoot. On the day of the contest, the town was buzzing. Men in fine cloaks, hunters with feathered caps, and country lads carrying homemade bows all lined up in the castle field, where colourful banners flapped in the breeze. The sheriff sat in a carved wooden chair at the front, dressed in his finest black robes, his eyes sharp and scanning every face. Among the archers stood an old man, bent and quiet, with a patched brown cloak and a worn bow that looked like it might snap in half. He shuffled forward slowly, coughing into his sleeve. "Who's that?" one guard asked. "Just some peasant," said another. "Let him try. He won't last long." But when the old man took his turn, something strange happened. Thwip! His arrow hit the very center of the target. The crowd hushed. Another archer stepped up, a soldier from the sheriff's guard. Thwip! His arrow landed just shy of the mark. The old man stepped forward again. Thwip! Another perfect shot, splitting the first arrow down the middle. Gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire. The sheriff sat straighter, leaning forward, suspicion blooming like a storm cloud. "Who is that man?" he demanded. The final shot came. The old man raised his bow, calm and unshaking, and let the arrow fly. It struck dead center, not just the target, the very point of the golden circle painted in the middle, a shot so clean and so daring, it left no doubt. The sheriff stood. "Seize him," he cried. But it was already too late. The old man straightened, tossed off his grey hood, and with a wink, revealed the unmistakable smile of Robin Hood himself. Gasps turned to laughter. The crowd erupted with cheers. Before the guards could reach him, Robin leapt onto a barrel, then over a low wall, and vanished into the streets, slipping through alleyways like a shadow on the wind. By the time the guards made it to the edge of the forest, Robin was gone, hidden among the trees, the golden arrow slung across his back, and a wide grin on his face. That evening in Sherwood, they celebrated again, not for the gold, but for the game, the courage, and the joy of outwitting the sheriff once more. As the fire crackled and the stars blinked above, Robin held the golden arrow high and laughed. "Let this remind us," he said, "that cleverness is a sharper weapon than any sword." And deep in the woods, the trees seemed to rustle with laughter too, because once again the forest had watched and smiled. Chapter 10. A Kind Deed for a Poor Knight. In a small ivy-covered chapel on the edge of a distant village, an old knight knelt in silence. His armor was rusted, and his sword, once polished and proud, rested quietly beside him. His name was Sir Richard of the Layer, and though he had once ridden with kings and walked among nobles, now his head hung low. He had fallen on hard times. A cruel baron had demanded a debt Sir Richard could not repay, and the Sheriff of Nottingham had eagerly offered help, but not out of kindness. In exchange for gold, the sheriff had claimed Sir Richard's land as a promise. If the knight did not return with the full sum in 3 days, everything would be taken: his home, his horses, and even the small keep where his family slept. And so Sir Richard prayed. He had sold his finest armor, even the ring from his finger, but it was not enough. He was honest and proud, but pride cannot fill a purse, and honesty does not feed the poor. At that same time, Robin Hood stood near a stream in Sherwood, tossing stones and watching the ripples. A whisper had reached his ears. A story passed from a kind friar to a wandering woodsman of a noble knight in need, a good man brought low by greed. "We must help him," Robin said. Little John scratched his beard. "We don't even know him, but we know the kind," said Robin. "And when the kind fall, someone must lift them up." So they prepared a gift, not of food or trinkets, but of gold. Each man from the camp gave what he could. Robin added more from the sheriff's own treasure, taken back from unfair taxes. They wrapped the coins in cloth and placed them inside a simple satchel. Then, disguised as humble travelers, Robin, Little John, and Will Scarlet rode quietly through the villages, arriving at the chapel just as the night was rising from prayer. "Good day, Sir Knight," Robin said gently. "You seem troubled." Sir Richard turned and offered a tired smile. "Good day, strangers. I do not know you, yet I thank you for your kindness. I have no gold, but if you need shelter, my roof is yours." "What's left of it?" Robin bowed. "We come not to ask, but to give." Then he placed the satchel at Sir Richard's feet. The knight stared in disbelief. What is this?" "Enough to pay your debt," Robin said, "and enough to keep your land. But more than that, faith. A reminder that goodness has friends in the most unexpected places." Tears welled in the knight's eyes. He knelt again, not in sorrow, but in gratitude. "I do not know your name," he said softly. "Let's keep it that way," Robin replied with a smile. "We ask nothing in return, but this: when another soul falls as you have, lift them too." Sir Richard nodded, a vow in his heart, stronger than any forged in steel. He rode to Nottingham the next day with dignity in his step and gold in his hand. The sheriff scowled at his arrival, grumbled as he accepted the coins, and muttered darkly when the knight left with his land and honor intact. From that day on, Sir Richard of the Lea became a quiet guardian of the forest's friends. He sent food to nearby villages. He spoke in secret to noble families, urging them to question unfair laws. And once a year he rode to Sherwood, not to repay debt, but to share stories and sit beside the fire as an honored guest. That night, when Robin and his merry band gathered in the clearing, he said only this: "Some riches are measured not in gold, but in the goodness we give without asking." And the forest, ever wise and still, whispered in the leaves, as if saying yes. Chapter 11. A Visit from the King. Far away from Sherwood Forest, across rolling hills and busy towns, a great ship sailed into England's shores. Upon it stood a man cloaked in simple robes, with eyes like firelight and a quiet strength in his step. He was no ordinary traveler. He was King Richard the Lionheart, returned from a long journey and many battles far across the seas. England had missed him dearly. In his absence, his brother, Prince John, had grown greedy. The Sheriff of Nottingham had become cruel, and the people, especially the poor, had suffered. As King Richard rode across the land in disguise, he listened. He heard tales whispered in inns and told around kitchen fires. Stories of a man in green who lived in the forest. A man who robbed the rich and helped the poor. A man who laughed at danger and stood up for the forgotten. "Robin Hood," they said, with wide eyes and hopeful voices. "He is the king we wish we had." King Richard smiled behind his hood. "Then perhaps," he murmured, "I should meet this forest king myself." And so, with only a few trusted men, the king slipped away from his guards, and walked alone into Sherwood, wearing the robes of a humble monk. He carried no crown, no sword, and no royal banner, just quiet curiosity and a desire to see with his own eyes. Deep in the woods, Robin Hood sat carving a wooden whistle, his back against an oak tree. He was at peace, listening to the birds and the wind, when he heard soft footsteps. He turned to see a monk stepping into the clearing, robes dusted from the path. "Good day, brother," Robin called. "You've walked far." "I have," the monk replied, bowing slightly, "and I've heard this forest holds a man of great courage and greater mischief. Might I rest here a while?" Robin grinned. "You may rest as long as you like. You've found the mischief, at least." He led the monk into the camp, where Marian offered bread and Friar Tuck poured sweet cider. The stranger sat quietly, listening, as the merry men laughed and shared tales of outwitting guards, saving villages, and filling hungry bellies. As the sun set, casting golden light through the branches, the monk turned to Robin. "You have done much for this land," he said, "but do you not fear the king's punishment?" Robin's face softened. "I do not fear a good king. If he is just, he will understand. If he is cruel, then I have already done what is right." The monk's eyes sparkled. Slowly, he stood, and with a calm hand, pulled back his hood. Gasps echoed through the camp. There, standing in their firelight, was King Richard himself. Robin dropped to one knee. The others followed, their hearts thudding like drums. "Rise, Robin Hood," the king said gently, "for I have seen your heart, and I find it true." Robin stood slowly, eyes full of wonder. "You have served the people better than those who wear crowns," the king continued, "and for that, I thank you." The merry men didn't cheer, they simply smiled, some with tears in their eyes, because in that moment, their dreams had come true. Not of riches or glory, but of being heard, of being seen by the one who could make things right. The king stayed the night beneath the trees, sharing stories by the fire and listening as the wind sang through the branches. By morning he rose and clasped Robin's hand. "Come to court when you are ready," he said. "You shall be honored there, not as a criminal, but as a hero." Then he disappeared into the forest mist, as quietly as he had come. And long after he had gone, the trees whispered the tale again and again, how the king walked among the leaves, and how the outlaw bowed not in fear, but in truth. Chapter 12, Trouble at the Abbey. The bells of a grand stone abbey rang out across the fields, their deep voices echoing through the hills. The abbey sat atop a quiet hill, where monks in brown robes tended gardens and prayed in candlelit halls. But not all was peaceful inside those thick stone walls. Beneath the abbey's roof lived an abbot who had grown greedy. He collected gold not for giving, but for hoarding. His halls were lined with velvet, and his tables overflowed with meat and wine, while villagers below the hill went hungry. He took heavy fees from farmers and charged the poor to pray, and worst of all, he had seized a small piece of land from an old widow land that had been in her family for generations, claiming she had not paid her tithe. One of the younger monks, a kind soul named Brother Martin, could no longer bear it. Late one night, he slipped away through a secret garden gate, carrying only a loaf of bread and a heavy heart. He knew of a place where kindness lived beneath the trees, a place where wrongs were made right. He made his way through the winding woods until he reached a quiet glade. There, he knelt by a clear stream and whispered, "Robin Hood, if you are real, I beg your help." The forest, as it often did, was listening. From the trees stepped Robin, calm as moonlight, followed by Marian, Little John and Friar Tuck, who raised one eyebrow and grinned. "Well, well," said Tuck, recognizing the monk's robes. "Looks like one of my brothers is seeking a bit of forest justice." Brother Martin told them everything. How the abbot had turned away the poor, how he had lied about the widow's debt, how her land would be taken within days unless something changed. Robin's eyes narrowed. Then we must change it. That very night, a plan was made. By morning, the gates of the abbey creaked open. A carriage arrived, plain and dusty, pulled by a tired horse. Out stepped a wealthy nobleman, cloaked in blue, his voice slow and proud. "I have gold to offer," he said, "and I hear the abbot is wise in business." It was, of course, Robin Hood in disguise. The abbot welcomed him with eager smiles, rubbing his hands together as he led Robin through the abbey halls, speaking of taxes and tithes and how the poor must learn to tighten their belts. Robin listened quietly. Then, when they reached the abbot's private chamber, he removed his hood. "You may speak of belts," Robin said softly, "but you've never known what it's like to go without bread." The abbot gasped, stepping back. You're Robin Hood." "Indeed," said Robin, "and today I've come not to steal, but to give and to make things right." With that, the doors swung open. Friar Tuck entered, holding a scroll, the real records of the widow's payments, hidden away by a frightened scribe. Behind him came Brother Martin, and the widow herself, led gently by Marian. Robin laid the truth before the abbot like a sword on the table. "You have a choice," Robin said. "Return what you've taken, and use your gold to help those in need, or continue on this path and face the people's wrath, and the king's." The abbot looked at the faces before him, not angry, but firm, not cruel, but full of justice. He lowered his eyes. "I will do as you ask," he whispered. That very day, the widow's land was restored. Coins were returned. The abbey's gates opened to the poor once more, and the abbot, under Brother Martin's watchful eye, learned to live more humbly, with less gold and more grace. As Robin and his friends walked back into the forest, Friar Tuck chuckled. "It seems miracles still happen, even in abbeys." Robin smiled. "Sometimes all it takes is a little light to chase away a very old shadow," and the forest, full of quiet faith and rustling leaves, nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. A Forest Wedding. Spring had come to Sherwood Forest. The trees were dressed in their finest green, and the wildflowers had scattered their colors across the forest floor like confetti from the sky. Birds sang sweeter, brooks babbled louder, and everything seemed to hum with joy. In the heart of the woods, something wonderful was about to happen. Robin Hood stood beneath a tall oak tree, brushing invisible dust from his green tunic. Little John fussed over his collar, and Will Scarlet leaned against a tree stump, pretending not to smile too wide. "You nervous?" Will asked. Robin laughed softly. "No, just full. Like my heart is trying to do 100 things at once." Because today, Robin was not planning a raid, a trick, or a daring escape. Today, he was getting married. Maid Marian, brave, clever, and strong, stood in a quiet grove just a little ways away, her hair braided with tiny white flowers, her hands folded over a simple gown the color of soft moss. Around her were the women of the forest, widows, farmers' wives, and girls from nearby villages, all smiling, all helping. Friar Tuck paced near the altar. Well, not an altar exactly, but a wide stone nestled between two blooming hawthorns. He carried a book in one hand and a cup of sweet mead in the other. "Is everything ready?" he called, his cheeks pink with excitement. "All ready," said Little John. The guests came quietly through the woods. Villagers, woodsmen, friends from old raids and secret places. They brought wildflowers instead of coins, and stories instead of gifts. Even a few deer stood just at the edge of the glade, curious and calm, as if they too had been invited. The music began with Will Scarlet plucking a tune on his lute. A soft, joyful melody rose through the trees like birdsong. Then Marian stepped into the clearing. The forest held its breath. Robin's eyes lit up like morning light through the trees. He stepped forward, his heart beating like a drum. No words were needed as their hands met. Only smiles, only stillness, only the quiet power of a promise about to be made. Friar Tuck raised his hands. "Today," he said, "we do something greater than magic, greater than gold. Today, we join two hearts that already walk as one." And so, beneath the old oak tree, with the forest as witness, Robin and Marian promised to love and protect not just each other but the people around them, the woods that sheltered them, and the life they had built together in the green embrace of Sherwood. They kissed as the sun broke through the branches, and the clearing burst into cheers. There was no grand banquet, but there was roasted rabbit, fresh bread, berries, honey, and laughter enough to feed the stars. Children danced around the trees, and even Little John attempted a jig, which made everyone laugh until they couldn't breathe. That night, Robin and Marian sat by the fire, shoulders touching, eyes on the stars. "Are you happy, Marian?" whispered. "I've never known this kind of peace," Robin said. "Not in all my adventures, not even with a bow in my hand." She smiled, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Then this is our greatest adventure yet." The wind curled gently through the leaves as if wrapping the forest around them like a soft blanket. And the trees, wise and ancient, stood taller, watching over their forest king and queen, who had chosen love, kindness, and each other. Chapter 14. The Stormy Night. The days after the wedding were peaceful and golden. In Sherwood Forest, the birds sang a little louder, the trees stood a little prouder, and Robin and Marian walked side by side each morning as the mist curled through the trees like a dream. But even the kindest stories sometimes pass through shadows. One evening, as dusk fell and a chill crept over the mossy ground, the forest grew unusually quiet. No birds called, no deer stirred. The leaves seemed to whisper to one another in warning. Little John stood by the watchpoint, his brow furrowed. "Something's not right," he murmured. Far away, in the town of Nottingham, the sheriff sat in his stone hall, his fists clenched tight. "He's grown too bold," he growled. "Married in the open, cheered by peasants. He's no longer an outlaw, he's becoming a symbol." He stood abruptly, pointing to his captain of guards. "Send men into Sherwood tonight. Surround the forest. Smoke them out if you must. I want Robin Hood in chains by dawn." And so, under the cover of clouds, black-cloaked soldiers crept into the forest like shadows with boots. They moved quietly, step by step, torch by torch, believing they would find a sleeping camp unprepared. But Sherwood had its own ways of speaking. A fox darted through the trees. A raven flew low and fast. A branch cracked where none should have. Robin woke with a start. He sat up in the quiet night and listened, and what he heard was not silence but stillness. A kind of stillness that comes before thunder. He moved swiftly. One by one, he woke the others. Marian rose beside him, already reaching for her boots. "What is it?" she asked. "Trouble," Robin said simply, "and not far off." Little John and Will Scarlet rallied the camp with soft whistles and hand signals. No panic, no yelling, just calm, steady movement, like dancers in the dark. The merry men had long ago prepared for such a night. Hidden tunnels beneath tree roots, ropes to pull bridges up into the trees, ditches that could be disguised with leaves and branches. Their home was no ordinary camp. It was a living, breathing fortress of nature. As the sheriff's men reached the clearing, they found only cold ashes where fires once burned, and empty hammocks swaying gently in the wind. "Search the trees," the captain barked. But as the soldiers stepped forward, snap! A rope pulled tight, lifting a group off their feet and leaving them dangling from a tree like laundry on a line. Now, Robin's voice rang out like thunder. Suddenly, torches were snuffed by well-aimed arrows. Nets dropped from above. Voices shouted from every side, not of fear, but of clever triumph. The sheriff's men stumbled, slipped and scattered, tripping over hidden pits and fleeing from shadows that weren't shadows at all, but outlaws laughing gently as they danced just beyond reach. Marian led the women and children through a hidden path, calm and sure as moonlight. Little John stood guard at a narrow crossing with a log in hand, knocking helmets like apples from trees. Will Scarlet climbed a tree and rained pine cones down on the last few who dared to stay. And Robin, always just ahead of the confusion, watched quietly, not with anger, but with a quiet certainty. This forest protects its own. By dawn, the last of the intruders had limped away, chased not by arrows but by embarrassment. Back in the clearing, Robin and Marian stood beneath the oak tree once more. The camp was safe. Not a single friend lost. Not a single fire harmed. Just bruised egos in the distance. And a night full of proof that cleverness, kindness and unity are stronger than force. Robin looked around at his friends, his forest family, and smiled. "You don't need stone walls," he said softly, "when you've got roots and hearts like these." And the forest, proud and peaceful once more, let the wind rise gently through the branches, like applause. Chapter 15. The Return of the King. The winds began to shift. The forest knew it first. The way the crows flew lower, circling slowly. The way the breeze carried new scents, salt from the sea, the musk of horse caravans, the soft leather of soldiers long traveled. Something important was coming, something long hoped for. And then the message arrived. King Richard had returned to his throne. No more whispers, no more rumors. The true king, brave, just and wise, was home at last. When the news reached Sherwood, it came with a quiet knock on a tree trunk and a folded parchment tucked beneath a stone. Robin read the letter aloud. To Robin of Locksley, known also as Robin Hood. You are invited to court by order of the king himself. Your presence is requested not in chains, but in honor. Come freely. Come as you are. Richard, King of England. The camp fell silent. Will Scarlet dropped his cup. Little John stopped mid-sharpening his axe. Even Friar Tuck, who was about to bite into a wild apple tart, lowered it slowly. Marion stepped forward. He knows who you are, and he still asks you to come. Robin looked out over the trees, the same trees that had hidden and cradled him for so long. Perhaps it's time, he said softly, not to run, but to walk into the light. The next morning Robin dressed not in disguise but in his forest green, his bow across his back, his boots sturdy with many miles. Marion placed a sprig of rosemary on his shoulder for remembrance and for courage. And so, with a small escort of his most trusted friends, Robin rode out of Sherwood toward the king. The castle was not as Robin remembered. It was grand, yes, its towers stretched high, its halls rang with steel and music. But it was no longer the place of fear it once had been. The sheriff no longer sat proudly at the king's table. Prince John had been banished for his greed, and in their place sat King Richard the Lionheart, a man with a crown upon his head and kindness behind his eyes. When Robin entered the hall, heads turned. Nobles whispered. Some frowned, others nodded with quiet admiration. Robin bowed deeply before the throne. Robin Hood, the king said, you have made quite a name for yourself. I have only done what was needed, your majesty, Robin replied, humbly. When your people had no voice, I tried to speak for them. The king stood. You gave to the poor, defended the weak, and kept justice alive when others twisted it. For that, I do not punish you. I thank you. A gasp went up from the crowd. Then the king reached for a sword, gleaming but simple, and laid it gently across Robin's shoulders. I name you Sir Robin of the Greenwood, he said. Knight not of a castle, but of the people, defender of Sherwood, and friend to the crown. Robin rose, not prouder, but steadier, not richer, but fuller in spirit. And your companions, the king continued, smiling toward Marion, Little John, Will Scarlet, and Friar Tuck, shall be welcomed in this kingdom as heroes, not outlaws. That night, the castle feasted, not with gold-draped nonsense, but with warmth, laughter. Music played not for power, but for joy. Robin did not take a grand room. He asked only to walk in the gardens with Marion, beneath the stars. Do you miss the trees? She whispered, her hand in his. Always, Robin said. But maybe now, we can protect them out in the open. And the moon, hanging high above the stone walls, seemed to smile down, just as it once had through the leaves of Sherwood. Chapter 16, The Call of the Forest. Though the castle walls were strong and the torches glowed warmly at night, Robin Hood could not sleep. The bed was soft, the food was fine, and the courtiers bowed as he passed. But none of it felt quite right. He missed the scent of pine in the morning. He missed waking to birdsong instead of trumpets. He missed the feel of earth beneath his boots and the whisper of leaves above his head. But more than anything, he missed the stillness, the calm that lived only in the deep green heart of Sherwood Forest. Marion noticed it first. She would find Robin gazing out the window for long stretches of time, his eyes following the wind, as if listening for a voice only he could hear. You can go back, she said one evening, her hand resting gently on his. I gave the king my word, Robin replied. And you kept it, Marion said. You served the people, you stood in the light, but your roots, she smiled, were planted in the forest. Robin looked at her for a long moment. Will you come with me? He asked softly. Marion's answer was a smile, so warm it could melt the frost off a winter branch. And so, not with fanfare, but with quiet steps, Robin and Marion left the castle gates behind. They wore no armor, carried no gold, only bows, cloaks, and the simple promise of freedom. Along the way, others joined them. Little John came, his laughter shaking the trees once more. Will Scarlet followed, claiming he was bored of polished shoes and polished words. Friar Tuck brought his pots and his stories, promising not to miss a single mealtime. They walked the winding paths until the stone roads faded into dirt, and the dirt gave way to moss and leaves. And then they were home. Sherwood welcomed them like an old friend, its branches reaching gently above their heads, its streams singing soft songs of return. The old camp still stood, mossier and quieter, but waiting. The deer returned without fear. The birds began to sing again. Robin touched the bark of the great oak and whispered, "I've missed you." They didn't rebuild the camp as it had been. They made it smaller, simpler. They no longer needed to hide from the world, but they still needed the peace it offered. The forest had always been more than a shelter. It had been a way of life. Now Robin spent his days walking the quiet trails, helping travelers, and teaching children how to move silently and respect the trees. Marian gathered herbs and tended a small garden. Will wrote songs. Little John carved toys for the village children. Tuck cooked stews, big enough for every wanderer who stumbled into their clearing. And in the evenings, as the sun dipped low and painted the treetops gold, they would gather around the fire, not for planning or plotting, but just to listen, to remember, to laugh. One night, as the stars blinked through the branches, a small voice asked Robin, "Are you still an outlaw?" Robin chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. "No," he said gently. "I'm just a man who never stopped loving the forest and the people it protects." The fire crackled. An owl called softly, and Sherwood, forever green and wise, wrapped its arms around them once more. Chapter 17. A quiet day in Sherwood. Not all stories are filled with daring escapes or clever disguises. Some stories are soft, like the rustle of wind in the trees, like the creak of an old bowstring, like the warmth of sunlight through green leaves. This is one of those stories. It was a quiet day in Sherwood Forest. The sun rose slowly, pouring golden light through the branches. A gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the forest stretched and yawned, waking from its dream. Robin Hood stirred beneath his patchwork canopy of leaves. He sat up slowly, listening not for danger, but for life. He heard birds chirping, squirrels chattering, and somewhere nearby, the sound of someone humming as they stirred a pot. "Good morning, Tuck," Robin called. Friar Tuck, already up and busy at his little forest stove, waved a wooden spoon. "Porridge, if you're quick. Warm honey, if you're kind." Robin chuckled and strolled barefoot through the dewy grass. Marian was by the stream, her sleeves rolled up, gently washing herbs in the clear water. A crown of daisies sat crooked on her head, made by two small children who had stopped by earlier with a basket of berries and bright smiles. Little John was carving a flute for one of the village boys. Each note he tested echoed softly through the glade, like the forest was listening too. Will Scarlet sat on a rock, strumming his lute and quietly rewriting an old song, changing a sad verse into a hopeful one. And the others? Some were gathering mushrooms. Some were helping a wandering traveler fix a broken wheel. Some were just lying in the grass, watching the clouds shape themselves into castles and dragons and dreams. No one rushed. No one whispered of danger. No one hid, because today, Sherwood was at peace. Later in the morning, a small family arrived. A mother and father and their shy little daughter. They had heard of the forest and the kindness it offered, and had come not for help, but for rest. Robin greeted them with a smile, and led them to the fire, where Tuck ladled steaming bowls of porridge into wooden cups. Marian offered sweet tea made from mint and wild honey. Will played a soft tune. Little John lifted the child onto his shoulders and walked her gently through the woods, pointing out birds and berries and the hollow trees where owls slept. And the forest watched and smiled. As the sun climbed high, Robin sat beneath the great oak. He closed his eyes and leaned back, letting the light fall across his face. No speeches, no arrows, no shouts, just the quiet rhythm of a life well lived. A squirrel hopped down a branch and blinked at him. Robin smiled and tossed it a crumb. "You've earned it," he whispered. "We all have." That afternoon, the forest held a feast, not a grand one, just a sharing of whatever they had: nuts, bread, fruit, and laughter. There were stories told and songs sung low. Children napped in hammocks, strung between trees. Adults sat on stumps, trading memories and dreams. And when night came, the stars blinked softly above, and the fire crackled, and no one wanted to speak too loudly, as if they might scare away the peace. Robin looked around at his friends, his family, and his home. "Sometimes," he whispered, "the quietest days are the ones you remember longest." And Sherwood, wise and gentle, folded its branches around him like a lullaby. Chapter 18. The Legend Lives On. Seasons changed in Sherwood Forest, as they always do. The green leaves turned golden, then crisp and brown, fluttering down to carpet the forest floor. Snow came and went, and then the world bloomed once more in spring. And through it all, the forest stood steady, quiet, watching, full of memory. Robin Hood grew older. His steps slowed just a little, and his hair, once dark as the yew wood of his bow, turned silver at the edges, like moonlight. But his eyes stayed bright. They still sparkled when he watched children chase each other through the trees. They still crinkled when Marion sang softly by the fire, and they still narrowed just a bit when someone tried to cheat the poor or steal from the weak. Though he no longer needed to run or hide, Robin never stopped protecting those who had no one else. He walked the forest paths, every day, stopping to help lift a fallen cart, mend a torn cloak, or guide a lost traveler back to safety. He was not a knight in shining armor. He never wanted to be. He was something quieter, something gentler, something greater. He was Robin Hood, friend to the forest, hope to the people, and proof that one kind heart can change the world. As the years passed, fewer and fewer soldiers dared enter Sherwood. The sheriff was long gone, and the king had kept his word. Peace had taken root, like wildflowers after the rain. One evening, as the fire crackled low and the stars blinked through the canopy, Robin sat beneath the great oak. Marion rested beside him, her hand in his. Around them, the camp was quiet. Children slept in hammocks, friends leaned close, whispering stories and sharing smiles. Robin looked up at the stars. "It's a good night," he said softly. Marion squeezed his hand. "Every night with you," and the forest held them gently, like a cradle made of light and shadow. In the years to come, Robin's name became more than a whisper. It became a song, a story told by candlelight, a dream passed from parent to child. They spoke of the man who robbed from the rich and gave to the poor, who lived in the greenwood, who shot truer than any man, and who laughed in the face of cruelty. But those who truly knew the tale, the ones who walked the paths he walked, who sat by his fire, who felt the forest breathe, knew something deeper. That Robin Hood was never just one man. He was a spirit, a promise, that when the world grows dark, someone will always stand up, with cleverness and courage, with a bow or a kind word, with a heart full of justice and hands willing to help. And so, in every forest where a child plays freely, in every village where neighbors share what little they have, in every moment someone chooses to do what is right, not what is easy, Robin Hood lives on. And the forest, forever wise, still listens and still remembers. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dream Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.